Hello.
Yes, Dr. Freeman here online joining.
Hello.
Hi. And thank you very much. We are still waiting for some people to arrive. Hello, Dr. Freeman. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Carl, can you hear me? Mic check 1, 2.
One second, I have to look what's there with the playback. 1 second. This is terrible. Mic check 2. 1 second, I have to look what's there with the playback. 1 second. This is always when basically I forgot to put down when we live stream the YouTube. What time we have right now? I think it's 10:01. Yeah. Okay, so let's start. I mean, like, good morning. 1 second. Are we all in the camera? Yes. Thank you very much. Good morning for the live stream from Digital Davos. I'm Karl Seelig. I'm moderating this panel. I'm really happy to have Dr. Freeman online. And we have here also people from Davos, which took the time to come to this panel. And I know it's a heavy, busy week. I know that the schedules overlap. So I start right away that everyone can introduce himself and we go to the panel.
Yeah, my name is Oliver Krause. I run Advantum Ventures. It's a small holding company out of Berlin. We have an innovation transformation consulting business and a venture studio entitled Inc. In the token economy space since 2017. Launched a couple of ventures, and my personal focus topic over the last 2 years is everything around token economy, sustainability. So carbon reserves, carbon credits, etc. And in particular, right now, greenbase.io, and that is about providing access to and capital for green tech funds and ventures. So in particular, we are looking at topics like synthetic fuels, charging infrastructure, climate positive concrete, where we, for instance, aggregate smaller tickets on tokenized securities and channel that money into a company that has set up a plant south of Hamburg and is now expanding.
Thank you.
And I'm John Rogers. I'm the founder and CEO of Invest Conservation. We're a company whose mission is to drive corporate money into saving the world's most threatened tropical forests. And our link to technology is we think the promise of blockchain and AI, for that matter, is it can deliver a radically more efficient outcome, more transparent, cheaper, and much more efficient. And that means the dollars go further. So that's one of the core theses and way behind Invest Conservation is bringing the tech solutions to make it work. So we can go into more details later if you like.
Thank you. And I'm Karl Seelig from JNBLX. I'm hosting this panel, and JNBLX is a segregated portfolio company, which is the mother company from Digital Davos, and we have several VC and hedge funds which we run out of Cayman Island. Thank you very much for everyone to being here. I see Dr. Freeman is online, but we see his logo only, and I don't know if he hears us or we don't hear him. Dr. Freeman, can you please say something?
Yes, I can hear you fine, Carl. My name is Dr. Freeman Jackson, and I'm honored to contribute to the discussion as the patent holder of 799. I invented a system for turning interactive static data to dynamic data, which is quite similar to what Carl is asking for in its twilight dimension model. My work focuses on the intersection of AI, blockchain, and decentralized systems. I'm also the president of Fourth Industrial Systems. I hold a trademark for Fourth, and I'm looking forward to this discussion. Can you
Thank
hear
you
me?
very much.
Okay.
Yes, we hear you. Everything
Okay.
is good. So don't worry, everything functions. So, okay, let's start with the discussion. So the discussion is about Web3 and AI and decentralized systems. What do you see are the newest developments where basically the decentralized systems and AI, how they are combined today and where does it go? So what do you see happening? I start with Oliver.
I will pass it on. Sorry, I was a bit. Maybe you can take that question because I wasn't paying attention.
Okay, I repeat the question. It is basically we have decentralized systems and AI. They have to be combined. What do you see in the current market? How they are combined?
Well, I mean, basically the intersection of decentralized systems and AI is about data, the data marketplaces, the access basically to data. I don't see too many operational systems. That's probably also because it's not my key focus right now. Yeah, we are employing AI in a more explorative way in terms of supporting due diligence processes, for instance. Yeah, so the number crunching and that, but it's very early stages, I would say, right now. In terms of AI and blockchain, I would clearly say it's about data ownership, giving access to data, to use that data and provide that.
Okay, I give you also the question, and I apologize for the question because I was looking at the panel which follows. So, but if you want to see also something to this question,
I can talk on blockchain and AI if you like. Yeah.
if you want, like,
Okay.
yeah, we started. So when you, I apologize.
That's okay. That is our panel, right? Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
yeah,
yes,
yeah.
yes. Make sure the right one.
Yeah.
Yes. So my interest.
A panel which follows.
Right. So my interest, I suppose, is kind of quite narrow and practical in terms, at least in terms of our business. So where we begin with is if you look at carbon markets and what has been one of the problems in carbon markets globally for many decades, it's been a lack of transparency and a lack of certainty. So the way we see the market moving is the carbon market will move to measured and verified removals. And the logical place for that to be restored is on the blockchain. Because now the audit process becomes entirely transparent. So basically we go from technology measuring removals straight onto the blockchain and then that transforming into a carbon credit. So the process becomes much more automated, much more, we're not relying so much on intermediate actors. You're relying on the actual data. So this is the power of the digital transformation. And the power in terms of the carbon credit market is basically at the inception of the carbon credit. Not once the carbon credit's been produced, it's the inception. What goes into creating the credit? And we see blockchain as really quite as the crucial tool in allowing that radical transparency. There is an AI angle as well. It's similar. There's a lot of discussion about how you measure biodiversity in conservation and in forestry in general. How do you best measure it? So there's a paper published in Nature last year by one of our directors of our company, where the argument is the best measure, the best consistent measure of biodiversity is a soundscape. You listen to the audio sounds of a forest and you identify species. And the only way you can identify species through many, many hours of audio in places that might have many thousands of species is machine learning. So over time, the AI models, the machine learning sound recognition models will get better and better. And in 40 years' time, you can look back at a sound model from today and you can compare exactly exactly and totally objectively what is the change in biodiversity, not just species, but what is the change in the quantity as well. So you get a measure which is really robust. And again, it can link back to what I said earlier in terms of transparency. You've turned a intractable subjective problem, i.e., how do you measure biodiversity and what do you do with it? You've now turned it into a data solution. And again, to me, that's those are two very powerful examples of data solutions from the blockchain and from the AI. So that's I talk a length.
Thank you very much. And as I started with the wrong question, I give you, Dr. Freeman, a moment to answer the wrong question, which shouldn't be answered by this panel. I apologize again. So, what do you see AI and blockchain? How they substitute each other, and what do you see applications already?
Karl, you have Georgina waiting trying to get online as well in Zoom. So I would be punished if I did not discuss that. She's one of the panelists, so I have her. She's trying to get inside. So far as blockchain and AI, I'm going to have to say that I see a huge revolution taking place with blockchain and AI. The whole internet needs to be placed on Web3. Right now, we still have a security issue of content being reused and not being taken for granted. And one of the things that we're tackling at Chain BLX is actually, and Karl's Art Fund is hoping to use my patent in a way which takes this content, indexes content, and places the internet, the entire internet, on a Web3 platform. We don't need to have the kind of overhead that's currently being done with Web2. So Web3 is going to happen. It's a matter of timing, as well as quantum computing is going to happen. It's just a matter of timing, getting the right people involved, and moving forward. That's what I see occurring. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Freeman. I just admitted 2 other speakers, and I would like to give you the opportunity to present yourself. Please, if you hear me, can you present yourself? Hello?
Hello. My name
You're a little bit static.
is Georgina.
Hello?
I'm a lawyer by profession, and I specialized in compliance. I work with Danish Refugee Council, and I also sit on 3 boards for a nonprofit in Tanzania and in Uganda.
I apologize. Could you please log out and check the voice and try to log in again so that we have a better connections? The second person which just joined us, please, can you introduce yourself? Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh,
yeah, we hear you. Please introduce yourself. Thank
Sorry,
you. Welcome to Davos.
I'm lost. I'm outside Promenade, but I don't know where Promenade 64 is, and the network is not good either. But Georgina Namyomba, I'm a lawyer. I work with Danish Refugee Council as the country risk and compliance coordinator. And I also sit on 3 boards for nonprofits, one in Tanzania, another in Kenya, and in Uganda. And I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have here another person joining the panel a little bit. Mark, Davos is really like weather and everything else. I know that you had to run back and run forth, so please, Mark Müller-Eberstein from Seattle. So please.
Thank you. Yeah, and still Seattle. No, I'm always excited to support Digital Davos, and it's a great initiative you've put together over the years, and I'm honored to be here today. Thank you very much. So yes, a quick introduction. Davos, I think it's my 8th Davos now, and investments for our family mostly. I'm a member of a bunch of angel organizations and advisor to funds on a couple of board seats.
Perfect. Okay, so we spoke a little bit about AI and blockchain, which should have been not on the panel. Now let's start with question which should be on the panel. I apologize again for the wrong question at the beginning. So we have the panel is about blockchain. There's 3 emergent dimension, and basically what is right now the newest trend in blockchain. What is blockchain used? We know that blockchain is much more than cryptocurrencies, and I would like to know, what do you think is right now on the horizon for this year on the blockchain, which we see, and in the next 3 years? Like it was always said, we always overestimate what happens in 3 years, but and what happens in the next 4 years we underestimate. And the follow-up question will be, what do you think is the presidency from Trump changing in this environment? So the first question, please try to answer without going in politics, and the next one, we will go to politics.
I'm happy to do so. So I think the real-world asset tokenization and decentralized physical infrastructure are big topics in blockchain, maybe longer than just the coming year. So what do I mean by that? Real-world assets are, for instance, what we have in financial assets, securities, for instance, equity, etc., ownership in companies. This is coming onto the blockchain, and this is a trend that will persist over the next decade, I would say. The carbon credits that you mentioned have been a big topic since 2 years, I would say. Tokenization, there are ups and downs there, but this will certainly grow over time. We will have more trust in these assets, this emerging market here. And in regard to the follow-up question, the political situation, that's the second one.
Please.
In terms of where the trends are, I would certainly agree that the tokenization of real-world assets that's the long-term obvious trend, which is going to come through. I mean, the resistance we've had from we market outside the tech community. We talk to corporates, and there's significant resistance. Like, what's blockchain? Is that cryptocurrency? It sounds like risky. We got to be careful. And you get that a lot. So we've had to invest time and effort turning our token exchange, our token auction side into something which is Web 2. That's what our work goes. Our work goes the other direction, making it amenable so no one knows there's blockchain underneath it, which is kind of back to front. You think actually people will be more amenable to having it on the chain, on blockchain. So I think that's probably one of the big. That's the trend that should continue to emerge, and I think I'd be interested in other views as to ways in which the difficulty and the complexity can be removed for people who've got no idea what's underneath the hood. That's the key.
Maybe one aspect to add to that, I think it's going to be more about blockchain inside solutions. So we use our phones. We have no idea how TCP/IP works, and we don't care actually. We want the utility from it, and that's where it goes. So UX UI will be a key topic, and we have blockchain underneath.
Mark, we were in how many panels together? So, I mean, more enough. You showed me the ropes at the first time as I was here moderating a panel, and you had to overtake and moderate because I was freezing and couldn't speak anymore. So I give now you the question, but we had the questions a lot of times, you ask them, and always it was like in mobile we had the joke like, oh, this is the year of mobile, and never happens because it was a much more slower introduction. So what is your take on this from this year and next year?
Sure, Karl, thank you. You're too generous. As I said, I'm glad to help. It makes a lot of fun and bring this all together. No, I think real-world tokenization was an adoption of blockchain technology in the enterprise. This is going on for, my God, over 10 years. I think I hosted CEO events for banks in 2017. So they understand blockchain technology is a database. You can do a lot of interesting things with databases that support the business. It's just a different concept. It has some pros, some cons, and they have to figure out what to do. So short term, I was just at DEF CON in November, and long time, extremely bullish on the community building decentralized environments, anywhere from regulatory, from governance, financial instruments, but also economic systems. So we talked about energy decentralization and resilience as one of the cornerstones there. Very, very bullish there. Short term, it appears to be all about meme coins. And we have to definitely see what's happening over the last week. I would include the original meme coin Ripple in there as well. Because I still don't understand after 10 years what it's actually used for. But anyway, good. But yeah, it's all about meme coins right now. If you want to be fast in trading, which I'm not, or gambling, basically, that's the place to be.
Okay, so I see we have another person online. Could you please present yourself?
Yeah, it's Karl here.
Hi, nice. Please, short from where you come, what you're doing, and then you can answer the question also.
Yeah. So I help companies innovate, and I've been doing that for 28 years. Nowadays I'm based in Dubai and in Spain, but I work all over the world. And AI is just as we addressed here with blockchain as well. It's just something in the background, and I totally agree on the point that the end user, the consumer, or whatever it is, should not have to care about what technology we use, as long as we make it as secure and traceable as possible.
Thank you. So we start with the hard questions, and let's stay with Dubai because you just joined us. In America, we just swore in a new president, and we have the luxury. We have here people from Germany sitting, people from Switzerland, people from Germany and America. But I pass this question right away to Dr. Freeman in America. What do you see for Web3 and blockchain development and AI will change under the new president? Will it be more favorable? Will it be more challenging? What do you see for influences under the new administration?
I see deep fakes being a big issue. I think it's always the same. Content is king. And we have an issue right now because of the AI where Americans don't know what's real and what's fake. And because of that, labeling content is becoming more and more important. And so I see deepfakes becoming a major problem, and I see labeling content in the long term and having blockchain solutions for that is taking center stage.
Okay, and for America specific, bullish or
using? Absolutely bullish when it comes to blockchain. Unfortunately, we're going to really profit well from it. Fourth industrial system's going to profit well from it, but I'm concerned about the people who are kind of shut out from AI, and even working at my local church and trying to explain blockchain and why they need to take blockchain as a blockchain donations as well. So it's a lot of work to do on this end. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we go to Germany. You're half German. This goes to Mark. This goes to Mark. So, okay. Now, what do you think will change with President Trump from your perspective in AI and blockchain in the ramification of this panel?
Yeah, I think it's definitely a huge positive impact here with the incoming administration in terms of technology adoption. I see obviously also potential downsides in terms of, I mean, we've seen this meme coin topics here around the Trump coin and Dania coin just recently, which can have, if it's not properly managed, this can trigger basically a major bear market as well. If a 50 billion coin or so collapses, if some money is pulled out there, this can also hurt. But I rely on the fact that there are quite a few knowledgeable people around in the advisory and that they will do the right thing. So I'm hoping in terms of regulatory clarity, we will see some major positive impulses.
Thank you. So you can speak also for me, being from Germany and living in America. So as one of the people which migrated there.
Well, we might have a different background, similar background. I'm not sure if I can speak for you yet. You're your own person, right? No, I think it is definitely clear that the world will look very differently 5 years from now than it is today in many, many ways. And I think the fellow speaker over there raised his concerns about who's benefiting in a society from the transformation, who is not. Is it to continue to be an accumulation of wealth with few? As a crypto investor, of course, it has been fabulous the last couple of months. There is no question that on the balance sheet we have done extremely well. But again, as you said, you have to look at a whole picture, at a holistic picture. We will see, I think, relatively soon which direction it's going. I have always said the old administration was not crypto unfriendly. It was just very crypto, it was just very bank friendly to slow down the competitive industry. So, and that has been removed, I think, for now. So we will see. We will see. I think, again, US federal is one level, and we have 50 states that have their own regulation, and people struggle there. I mean, I said, I'm from Washington State. Kraken is still not available there. So it's not necessarily straightforward. But yeah, we will see a lot of change. That is for sure happening.
Okay, so now to Australia.
I'm not sure I can speak for all of Australia, but I do think I think the big change for the administration, what has come in, is there was a much larger unleashing of the entrepreneurial side and a willingness to attack the old guard, be that the banks or any other sections. So I think any new emerging technology is poised to go very well. And the other factor is, of course, you've got Elon Musk in there. So I think with that combination, I think there's enormous optimism, and that can only help the general industries, both blockchain and AI. So very much optimistic.
Okay, thank you. So did we already ask Dubai?
So my personal opinion here is that just as everyone in the room, this is going to change much of what we already know. But in general, it's for the better, from my point of view. The traceability is going to be adding so much value and speed as well. And speed is something that we don't talk that much about. But for example, here in Dubai, they have developed a blockchain model for custom regulations. Basically, they don't need to look at items that are being imported because they know all about the history of it. I think that these very in-your-face, easy to understand situations is going to make it more accepted by the general public. Because if we talk to anyone in a room that is not tech savvy, they just say that is some buzzword that is in the news, but I don't get it at all. But again, circling back to what I said before, it's much more about addressing it in a way that makes it more relevant and realistic to the general public. So not making it into this amazing thing that solves everything, but actually just pointing at how it solves specific things. And then we will see how the general public picks that up as, okay, now I understand it, and that adds value to me as well.
Thank you. You brought up a point which is ideal for the transition in the next question, decentralized identities and blockchain. So I would like to ask this also with the angle of privacy concerns, and I add another layer in, which should be by the next panel, which is quantum. That probably blockchain in cryptography could be broken. What are the opinions on this, and probably who wants to take it here on?
So on the quantum side, yeah, there's a lot of noise around quantum, but there's government guidance out there for the last couple of years what quantum-ready encryption actually needs to look like, and I'm pretty confident that the crypto industry will adopt what's necessary to make sure that we are leveraging the benefits of decentralized technologies, even in the quantum age as well. So that's my statement on that one. Second question was... what was the second part? Yeah, decentralized identity. Exactly. I think you painted earlier. We underestimate what happens in the long term and overestimate what's happened in the short term. The value of decentralized technologies for identity management has been recognized for public, at least for over 10 years at this point. There's a lot of projects that have tried different things. I know Microsoft had a project, I don't know, like 2018, 2019 already, in trying to figure out what this happens, because one of their core businesses is identity, like the Active Directory in enterprises. So they are focusing a lot on it. But I think we will see a lot of the innovation coming out of areas that are not necessarily the US or the Europe or Western Europe, areas where identity is just not a given today. One of our early investments was in companies from Indonesia, because what did they create? They created wallets that an individual could create and store their money, because they didn't have any identity papers. There is no property records. There's no other way to take any loans. So I think we'll see a lot of these innovations happening changing, I think, where we are 10 years from now, not necessarily 2 years.
Thank you, Mark. I know you have another panel. Do you have to run now, or you have 2 minutes? Okay, so...
Yeah, I fully agree. I mean, the identity is certainly a key topic. So identity, for instance, of not only of individuals, of people, but also of machines, for instance, that are connected. And here, obviously, blockchain technology plays a huge role. And we will see over the next 5 to 10 years a lot of progress. It's not within the coming year. These topics need time, and we are still quite a bit away from, I would say, the ChatGPT moment in the whole Web3 blockchain space. And if you look at AI, I mean, this has been a topic over the last at least 3-4 decades. And it took at some point, ChatGPT or OpenAI came along, and it was a huge adoption there. And we don't have that right now in blockchain technology.
Now that the 2 minutes are over, thank you so much for having me here. And you're really bringing interesting people together all the time. So please keep it up, the good work.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark. Okay, I would like, we have other people also online, and sorry, Georgina, probably you could
Yes.
also give some input on this question.
About identity, what I think. So to respond to this question, I'm going to bring the African perspective. I must say, in Africa...
Are you in Davos?
Yeah.
Are you in Davos right now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You could sit here with us in the warm. I see you outside under the banner from
I'm
Davos.
sorry, so I just decided to sit somewhere outside. But I'll find it after. Just to respond. So from my experience, the issue of identity back in Africa, we are actually already using those technologies. I'll give an example of the Microsoft Identification Authentication app. Most workplaces now back in Africa are actually using it, but that's in the cities. And also when you look at WhatsApp, it has the encryption method as well. And also there are companies that are partnering with telecommunication companies to use these technologies that use blockchain in line with identity to promote the usage. But the only challenge we have is that is only within the cities, but not at the grassroots. And I think identity is it's a very serious issue in line with supply chain, given that Africa has all these vast resources, and we are in an era of business and human rights where a consumer in Europe wants to know that wants the transparency in the supply chain movement. Where did these raw materials, where were they sourced from? Who made them? Who is behind them? And you find that when it comes to identity, the farmers at the grassroots level, let me talk about coffee in Africa being exported into Europe. You actually don't know who that farmer is, given the corruption in the government, as they now buy the coffee and export it. So that transparency is already not there. Are innovators thinking about how to get those farmers on board in line with identity, for their identity to be transparent in the blockchain space, in line with supply chain? That's a question I would like to put out there, and an idea to the innovators with identity in line with blockchain and these emerging technologies. The other is about I work in the humanitarian space and we do cash programming. Sometimes we have issues in identifying the beneficiaries we give money to. So technologies like blockchain that have an aspect of identity would go a long way in helping us ease our programming to reach as many beneficiaries as we can. But the innovation hasn't yet been done, though I think if it's done, the civil society now is open to partnering with the tech space, the private sector, to embed these technologies in its programming and leverage that technology to improve its response to the humanitarian space. So that's what I would say about identity in line with Africa. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. And sorry that I forgot to ask you the question about the change in, but we have discovered already from a lot of angles. So, for time reasons, we have to go to the final remarks. I will ask Oliver Krause to start with the final remarks, as he was the first ever panel on Digital Davos at 8 o'clock in the morning. And he was the first speaker. It was not a panel. He was speaking alone at Digital Davos. It was in 2018. So he was the first speaker, and now he has the first final remark for this panel.
All right. So thank you, Karl. Yeah, it's always been a pleasure, basically, to work with you on that. I think that was in the Hard Rock Hotel back then. Well, okay, 64 as well. Okay. All right. Yeah, so I can't even remember so many times. Yeah. Yeah, with Klitschko. Okay, in the cellar. Yeah, with Vladimir Klitschko. Yeah, I remember that one. Yeah, cool. Yeah, okay. So overall, you mentioned it. I mean, we've been around in that space for 6, 7, 8 years, almost full time. And I can only say I'm personally very optimistic in the medium to long term here. I leverage or we leverage blockchain technology and the token economy for the topics of track and trace, identification of supply chains and assets, and identification of identities. We leverage the tokenization in terms of bringing real world assets, so bonds, equity, etc., onto the chain, and we leverage blockchain and token economy to also establish incentive mechanisms in the form of a token, in form of rewards, to incentivize people to use the infrastructure, basically. This is the third element where I see a huge potential for the coming years. So I'm looking in a positive way into the future. I hope that also with the incoming new administration in the US, we see globally a better regulatory foundation to work on this together.
So I give it to the newest speaker at Digital Davos.
Thank you. I think Dr. Freeman touched on the issue of the deep fakes. And in some ways, that's the crucial issue. And it's at what level is the deep fakes? it's not just the deep fakes made technically. It's also who do you trust? Who do you trust? You know, who are you trusting to produce a carbon credit? Who are you trusting to do something? And in really many ways, I see two sort of paths for that. One is the AI solution, which is inherently centralized, and one is the decentralized solution of blockchain. And in some ways, that'll be the balance as to how those two different solutions. Do we just rely on one AI to tell us this is the answer, which to me is kind of an inherently scary thought, which is kind of why intuitively I'm on the blockchain side. You want to see blockchain win. You want to see a decentralized solution come through. And I think logically that's probably where we will end up. I think we'll end up with radical transparency coming from the blockchain side, and then the AI being the in some ways the muscle. So, but I defer to people with more technical abilities. So, thank you.
Okay, we are going now outside. Dr. Freeman, you can just try to
just
because
real
everyone
quick.
who is in Davos has
Real
to
quick.
run right away to other panel.
Real quick, Georgina is
I would like just to also give the opportunity.
Georgina and the refugee.
Please go ahead.
The immigration issue will cause the Trump administration to promote blockchain and solving identities with immigrants as well. So I think inviting Georgina, you actually have also put the other piece of the puzzle together. And Georgina can maybe talk about Karl. Thank you. That's all I got. That's all I got.
Okay, so Georgina, you want to have some final remarks so that you don't have to. Where are you even on the promenade? Can you just give us a round shot?
Do you see this fact? So I'm seated opposite promenade 63, but I just felt fine 64.
So you're definitely really in front of the building where we are in. When you would come in the cellar, you would be by us.
I didn't know. I'm sorry that I'm going to come after. Sorry.
Okay, I just. Okay, so some final remarks from outside the Promenade 64 for Digital Davos.
Thank you. What I have to say, the decentralized future is real. It's happening. But the innovators, as they innovate these amazing technologies, let them have at the back of their mind someone in a very remote village in Africa or in Southeast Asia or in Latin America. How can these decentralized technologies like blockchain, Web3 identity, etc., help this person? How can they promote transparency within the supply chains, especially back in Africa and other areas where raw materials are sourced from amidst the corruption that is ongoing? Those are the key things I want to stress out, but I know they're already happening. In Africa, we are embracing them. They're actually embedded in our systems. We just don't know. It's a matter of explaining to the general public.
Katrina, you're frozen.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. So, and the other thing, being a lawyer, it's very important as well as we descend into this future to train the lawmakers around the world on the standards on these technologies and explain it to them, because blockchain, I know in Africa, is still being regarded as a scam, yet it's actually embedded in our systems, but our own governments and lawmakers don't know. Yet it is very important for them to know about how these technologies work technically and use this knowledge to frame laws that will protect the end users within the countries in Africa, Southeast Asia, and all over the world. Because I know in the West, there are laws, but in Africa right now, data privacy is a thing. Blockchain hasn't yet been something, yet it's already happening. It's useful. We are using it. We have chatbots, etc. But there is nothing regulating it in Africa as yet. So that's something I wanted to say. It's about the end user
at the
grassroots level and enlightening the lawmakers to regulate this space in the future, because it's happening and we can't run away from it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, Georgina. Can we go to Dr. Freeman? Some final remarks, please.
Well, basically, the web browser is dying. Google is being broken up. It already has lost the antitrust lawsuit. And these are some factors which indicate Web 2 is dead and that we're moving to a Web 3 platform. The Chain BLX ARC Fund is well positioned, and we have the technology to be able to help using not only the blockchain, but interesting things like AI agents to help to migrate the content from Web 2 to Web 3. Quantum computing, and I think, and I don't know if you've been following it, but there's been a big dispute in the news between Alan Barons, who's the CEO of D-Wave, and the CEO of NVIDIA. The issue really is that we have to have a quantum language model. So you're going to see sometime in the not too distant future where we'll have some of the same breakthroughs we've had with LLMs with quantum language models. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, Karl, please, Dubai.
Yeah.
Some final remarks.
I think that just summarizing what we talked about, we touched on so many really, really interesting topics, but I totally agree that we're moving at a speed that we did not prepare for. And that this speed is the challenge because we're trying to get everyone to follow, and that's not possible. So the challenge that we'll most probably see in the near future is that there are people that are left behind because everyone else are speeding up. And the people that are left behind are the people that are afraid, and to some extent, governments and regulatory offices that don't understand how to keep up. And that's going to be a tremendous challenge for the society.
Absolutely. I agree. Thank you, Karl. Absolutely.
I think you are breaking up.
So, yeah, I think you have an internet connection in Davos.
Thank you everyone for joining, and I wish you all a successful week in Davos. And for the remote speakers, thank you very much, and to join us virtually in Davos. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. Take care.
Thank you so much. You're welcome. Let me just. No, but they hear you. You're online. It's streaming already.
Cool.
So I'm looking if we have some guests waiting. No, we don't have persons waiting yet.
How is the seating protocol? I see it's very casual, so yeah. Maybe you should sit in the middle, or
No, because I need to see the computer. Sorry.
Okay.
I see someone's trying to get in now.
Okay.
Yeah, might be Anna, the other panelist.
Amna? Hello?
Hello, everyone. Hi.
Hi.
Can you hear us? See us well?
I can hear you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, perfect.
Wonderful.
Hello? I'm joking. We are okay. We are already online. 1 second. We are starting.
Are you sure that the rest of the two ladies will join us remotely or at the venue here? Roxanne and Anna?
I am not sure. I know Anna. I spoke to Anna. She said she would be joining virtually. The other two ladies, I think they reached out to Karl. I don't know, Karl, did you get their email? They had some, one of them couldn't make it, so they wanted to send an alternative.
The teams were answered by my, the emails were answered by my teams. So I am here in Davos. So
I know it must be busy for you guys. Yes. Do you mind if I rejoin quickly? We haven't started, right? We have 1 minute. I just need to.
You're already online.
Oh, okay. We're online. Okay. All right.
But you can restart.
If that's not a problem, I just want to, for some reason, my name is not getting fixed. So if we're online, I'll just rejoin in 1 second. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Welcome to Quantum AI Policy and Social Social Reliance at Digital Davos. I'm happy to welcome our speakers. We have online Anna, and we have here also good speakers from Davos. And basically, I'm honored to have a representative from Bermuda. We have from Amsterdam. Amna, from where are you?
Hi, everyone. So I'm originally from Pakistan, but I'm currently based in Dubai, UAE for the past.
Okay, and we have Dubai. So I will let everyone present himself. Let's start, please.
Sure. Thank you for having us, Karl. My name is Karem Koljolu. I'm here on behalf of the government of Bermuda. I am the digital finance advisor to the Ministry of Finance. So we work on all things between digital assets, artificial intelligence, digital identity, create policy, legislation, and now working on some more government implementation of the technology to increase the trust in our local market. But appreciate you having me.
Thank you for the invitation, Karl, and likewise, thank you for having us today here. So I'm Ivana. Originally, I'm from Macedonia, but I live and work in Amsterdam, Netherlands. I'm an executive member of Forbes Business Council, as well as G100 country chair leader for Netherlands for IT services and innovation. But my official role is the director for business development for EMEA region at IW Connect, which is a global boutique company working in the IT sphere, having clients global enterprises like Sony, Siemens, IKEA, Heineken, etc. So actually, my educational background, which is a combination of both business and IT, somehow throw me in the IT industry, and now it's inevitable to actually avoid what is happening in tech industry in general. So yeah, I'm very happy to be here today discussing on this extremely important topic, I would say.
Thank you. Amna, would you like also quick to introduce you again?
Yes. So, hi everyone. My name is Amna Usman Chaudhry. I'm a financial economist and strategist for frontier technologies, including blockchain, Web3, AI. I'm also a graduate level lecturer with teaching experience in London and Dubai. I'm a founder, board member, and I've had the pleasure to work with global organizations, including the UN. And I'm delighted to be here and look forward to the conversation.
Hi, I'm Karl Seelig. Chimbilex SPC is a segregated for portfolio company in Cayman Island. Digital Davos is one of our portfolio companies, as well as we have several crypto hedge funds, VC funds under our company. And I'm welcoming you all to speak about this. So let's dive it right away in. The first question, and this is what we from Cayman Island don't like to hear, and you probably from Bermuda don't to hear when we speak about tax haven, tax shelters, and crypto. So basically, could you just start out to lay a groundwork? What happened in the regulations and why it's really better say tax neutral than tax haven, and that shed light on the films like we are always portrayed a little bit strangely, and that it's indeed much more regulated. I will also chime in from SEMA and so on, what we have to go there through this funds.
Yes, of course. Yeah, to your point, I think there's a lot of misconceptions of people trying to avoid tax, but really, I can speak on Bermuda's, respect that we are participating in the global corporate income tax from the OECD. So all of our enterprises over 750 million euros of revenue will be paying the 15% corporate tax. So I wouldn't say Bermuda is the best option if you're looking to necessarily avoid tax, but on the regulatory standpoint, we were one of the first jurisdictions to implement the Financial Action Task Force's recommendations for virtual currency regulation. We enacted the Digital Asset Business Act in 2018. It is among, if not the most strict and compliant regulatory regime in the world for digital asset financial services. And since 2018, we now are the home to some of the largest digital finance companies in the market, including Coinbase, Kraken, Circle, Cash App, among many others that come to Bermuda for compliance and regulation so that they can safely service global markets, knowing that there's a regulator that understands this market but also has experience regulating markets like insurance, reinsurance, funds, and banking as well. So we think that the groups that come to Bermuda aren't trying to avoid regulation or avoid tax. They're actually looking to embrace it and build a more safe and secure infrastructure for the future. But hopefully that answers that question.
Thank you. So Ivana, from Forbes and director EMA. So tell us where you see the points which are right now good covered in crypto and landscape of regulatory, which you would like to see a little bit more development in the legislative.
In the legislation in general, right? Yes, yes. I would say let's get back to 2023 when European Council, European Union actually got the AI Act. So it's still, there is a huge room for improvement, and all the regulatories are hardly, I would say, working on the legislation, but not only for crypto, but in general, I would say for digital assets, for generative AI, and you name it. Actually, I just read a couple of days ago that all these frontier technologies like 5G, like AI or generative AI, then green hydrogen, then blockchain, etc., will be worth by 2030, and this is a fact from UN Trade, $9.5 trillion. So having in mind this fact, which is actually a huge, I would say, asset, then we definitely, and 2030 is tomorrow, right? Just in 5 years. We hardly need to, on a global scale, I would say, not only Europe, and just like GDPR compliancy and legislation that we have in Europe, just in that regard, to make on a really higher, not highest, but higher level, to improve all the legislation and the regulations that are that will be regulating these so-called frontier technologies.
Thank you. Amna, any comments to this?
Yeah, I think, frontier technologies have a lot of potential. And it's really nice to see how countries around the world are embracing the aspect of regulation with ethics in mind as well. Because when it comes to, frontier technologies, and what is very important to our topic is to ensure that we regulate responsibly without stifling innovation, and yet protecting the society as well. So considering the fact that, I can give an example from the Middle East, which is really, really very intensively, particularly the Gulf or the GCC, Gulf Cooperation Council countries, they are very strategically diversifying towards the non-oil economy. And one of their portfolio strategies, one of their focus on their portfolio strategies towards diversification is, frontier technologies, particularly AI, etc. So they have taken a very strategic approach with each country. For example, I'm based in UAE. It has the UAE National Strategy for AI 2031, which has a huge focus on ethics as well. So according to this strategy, they want to be leaders in AI by 2031, and with a huge focus on ethics, with AI ethics toolkits being published and circulated in the economy, and many emphasis on AI ethics. So for example, last year, Microsoft did a $1.5 billion investment in Abu Dhabi in cooperation with G42 to build the world's first responsible AI center and AI for Good center. So it's very important, to embrace regulation with ethics in mind.
Thank you. So you help Bermudas with all the regulations with crypto, and I would like to know, as crypto is basically already an old thing for all of us here in Davos, also when it's brand new. But the new problems which we have, like I'm was saying, is AI. What are there the protocols in place, and especially when we go down different verticals. We go in AI and basically ethical, not discrimination, but also AI.
Hello? Did I get disconnected? I don't know if you guys can hear me, but suddenly the screen with everyone talking is gone. So, But I'm still connected to Karl, so I'm not sure if I'm online or not. I seem to have lost Karl's connection, which had all the other panelists and speakers, so I can't really hear or see anyone, but I'm connected to Karl. Interesting. I will wait. I can't hear anything. I don't know if you guys can hear me because I can't hear anything. Oh, you can? Oh, wonderful. Well, I guess you can, someone can type in the chat and I'll be happy to add my thoughts because I can't hear anything, but there's nothing wrong with my sound system. I can't hear you, but you can hear us. I mean, hear me. Wonderful. So, because I can't hear you, I don't know what was being discussed. Happy to write in the Zoom. I've lost everyone again. Wonderful. You know, we're talking about frontier tech here and we can't even get a basic Zoom. This is tech for you. Yeah, not working. So, you know, when we're talking, since you guys can hear me, I can just, you know, carry on with some insights. So we can see that, you know, despite talking about, you know, frontier technologies like quantum and AI and blockchain, we still have issues with, you know, basic communication on, like, for example, Zoom, case in point. And one unfortunate, you know, truth is that the digital divide, you know, people 2.7 billion people on the planet do not have access to the internet. So they do not even have this basic communication like Zoom, and they are getting more and more left behind as frontier technologies, you know, innovate almost exponentially. So it's very important that when we talk about policies and ethical policies and ethical innovation, we also keep into mind the 2.6 billion people who still suffer from the digital divide and kind of work on bridging the digital divide, embracing it as a national and international initiative and agenda. There's still a lot of work to be done to connect the unconnected. I still can't hear anyone. So feel free to message in the chat. Thanks.
Do you hear us?
Oh, I can hear. Yay. Yes.
Okay.
Thanks
Yeah, she will see us in 2 seconds. I give it a head. Thank you so much to keeping the front. And yeah, so basically, we were speaking about AI regulations, and I wanted just to ask what in Bermuda we see about AI regulations and what we are seeing there in 2 verticals. In the vertical of basically AI used by lawyers and by judges to make decisions. So how far AI can be used in the legal community, and regulations which limit the usage of AI, which can be discriminatory. And we all know the examples from like HR system which discriminate because of certain key points and their location. But so as Bermuda was leading in the crypto, now I want to hear their efforts in AI, and then probably we go around each country, the efforts which we see.
Sure. Thank you, Karl, and appreciate you getting us back online. In the United States flew in and all the power just, went out. So glad, Karl had to call some security and get everything back online. So, now we got a little bit of a Cloverfield style camera action here. Really, really love it. But that's all right. So while Karl's setting us back up here, so how we're approaching AI with the government right now is we're looking to actually be a leader in decentralized AI and compute. We believe that a lot of the storage and access to data for the AI industry is very much controlled by a few large corporates that hold the data and control your access to it. So our efforts are to safely be able to create an environment where you can collect data in a distributed, decentralized manner that avoids any honeypot risk or organizational risk or data bias, so that you can safely have digital data that's being generated by a government sit in a safe, secure environment that can be utilized only for government purposes. So we think we're going to be one of the first countries to create policy and legislation around decentralization of AI so that there is a more equitable access to using the technology. So within government, we do want to be implementing across. And I'll give kudos to our Premier, Premier David Burt, who uses AI in day-to-day work to help speed up his ability to do 1,000 things within a day. So we are already doing education across the government on how to safely, utilize these type of technologies. And then on a policy legislative side, we really do want to become a leader because we've learned so much about decentralization of finance that we think we can implement some of these learnings into decentralized AI. So, but I'll pass it over to you.
Yeah, well said. And maybe we can use Bermuda as a benchmark. So to develop other countries' legislations in this regard. Well said. I would just like to continue where you started with this topic, saying that it's important to actually have a transparent process when it comes to developing and training of the data models, data sets of doesn't matter if it's a small or a large LLMs. So that is inevitable, I would say, because, and that to be the companies, organizations to be obliged to have this transparent process, how they're developing, how they're training the data models before the deployment. They can share, and the regulators can actually check within if there is a biases involved or not, whether the ethics is are on a high level, etc. So this is actually, I would say, a starting point where this can take it forward. Another thing is the decentralization that you've mentioned, and also I would say by organizing, creating so-called multi-stakeholder committees or regulators from different sectors and industry, those regulatory bodies or committees can actually check if there is a so-called bias in those data sets or trained data models. So we can definitely, or we should definitely start step by step before going further on the development of these regulations and legislations. But it's good to focus on the diversity, inclusion, and equity. Because I don't know if you heard yesterday, I believe the whole world was hearing what Trump said and within the inauguration. But I believe most of the people were actually disappointed to hear that he would like to just finish the DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and just focus on how he said only female, male way of continuing forward when it comes to the roles, and just quitting the DEI policies, programs within all fields in the states. So let's see how this will progress further. Because not only here in Davos, also on a daily, weekly, monthly basis, we have rounds of I would say hundreds of conferences, events of this type that are actually promoting diversity, inclusion, and equity. And this really came maybe not for non-supporters of Trump, but this really came somehow as a got us a surprise, right? Saying that he will go back to the traditional norms. Let's see, and let's hope for the best, of course.
Thank you. So I would like to gear to another problem, which is AI related. And I know our legal team also from GmbLX writes and helps to develop there some kind of laws. And this is how much AI can be used by professionals in the legal system, being it by lawyers, being it by public applications, patent applications. An example which I give, but I would like to hear more like the input, how you see it can be regulated and should be regulated. For example, when you just make text prompt and there is an invention done over AI, is it patentable or is it state of the art? So is it a public domain where it stops, or can you make a test? When the AI would come up with the same answer, then you should not reach a patent. But it goes much deeper. People write briefs, and people write briefs for criminal cases because the lawyers are overstressed, and their assistants, the paralegals, just go ChatGPT and say like, finish me the motion, and basically you risk life in prison, and it's up to the AI, which then the judge puts in AI in, and basically we have AI sentencing people. So how you think this should be controlled from a poor, where should we have a hard stop? What can be done over AI, and what should be always, and where should be humans in? So I start with you, Amna, because last time I started here, so I go around.
Yeah, great question, Karl. So just to understand, you're asking that, lawyers around the world are just using AI and LLMs to get information for their case studies, and without verifying, they're utilizing the information generated from these LLMs and using them to fight case studies. Is that right? And how that should be, controlled in a proper and ethical and honest way? Right. So I totally agree. I think, we all know that large language models, particularly even ChatGPT, etc., they are prone to hallucination, which is their spin-off facts, which are not really facts, but they make it sound so believable that it looks like those are facts. So it is very important that, people are educated on the risks of using ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, all these different LLMs, because a lot of people use them and they mistakenly take for granted that everything that they get from these models are actually authentic and true. And I think one basic start would be to educate and upskill people on the risks and pros of these large language models. So take the case, giving you an example. So I previously explained the case of, UAE focusing on its AI National Strategy 2031. And within the UAE, there are different states or emirates. So I am based in Dubai, and each state has its own unique initiatives. So one of Dubai's initiatives is Universal, AI Initiative Blueprint for AI, and it is making it mandatory for AI. All teachers across schools in the city of Dubai should use AI and be able to educate their students on how to use it in an ethical way. So it starts from the school system, and I believe that as it goes on, lawyers, with the advent of frontier technologies, it should be a mandatory course that you should understand the pros and cons of using these LLMs, whether it is making sure that there are no biases present in the large language models, and that can be done through regular audits to check for biases, whether it is making sure that the answer is true, double checking the information, and using it in a way that doesn't compromise the privacy of the defendants or the other people involved in the cases. So there's a lot of steps involved, but the basis of them all is education, and starting from school side, and then while upskilling, while in colleges, and so on.
I'll hit it in a different way. But thank you. I agree. Definitely education is the key to them understanding. But yeah, I mean, I pay over $1,000 an hour for these lawyers, so I better hope that they're doing the work and not taking shortcuts. So I do think, I don't know if it's regulation, but some sort of monitoring of, AI usage, or being able to enforce it to some degree for them to utilize what we're now learning are like independent language models or data sets specifically for just specifically for using their own data, right? So they're not searching the entire internet of information, but if a law firm is giving you a decision or advice, they should be, one, utilizing their own independent data sets that has their own records, their own history, their own cases, the statistics of which cases were stronger. So I do think they can utilize their own data sets in a way that they can make better recommendations for clients. But I also do think, and we use this on our young associates, that we have AI monitoring tools, right? So we can see when they deliver something, how much they've actually done themselves. So I think the same type of monitoring should be utilized in the professional services sector. I don't know if that's a need for regulation, but like I said, if I'm paying over $1,000 an hour, I would really hope that they're using it in a clever and productive way, rather than trying to, squeeze more juice out of their clients.
I will definitely agree with both of you, but I believe, as you stated, the root is education. So we should definitely start with the educational system, and even with the younger stages. So having companies, governments, and universities, or even primary schools coming together to actually start educating younger generations with these frontier or new technologies, generative AI, but not only. Part of our topic is also quantum computing, so let's not forget about it. And the advancements, how these frontier technologies are progressing rapidly, right? So educational system is the first thing. Then I would say public-private partnerships. All these NGOs, government institutions, or governments in general, and strong, as you said previously, oligarchs or leading companies within countries should make these public-private partnerships and not only work to advance the region's countries with these frontier technologies, but as well as to take care of the regulations and legislation, just like the EU Act was introduced back in 2023. If you ask me, it was late, but it's better late than never. So, and if we make a comparison, how is EU standing versus United States or North America in general, I believe we're lacking down within this progress. But again, it's good to have a benchmark countries, and the rest of the world can take it forward as a good or role model. So a part of this organizational, I would say, collaborations or cooperations, mentorships and role models will be also individual or within a smaller groups, and important to just somehow say that, okay, we're not going to be replaced tomorrow by AI machines or robots or these AI tools that you've mentioned that now we should use and we are using on a day-to-day basis, work in our work, so work-wise, private-wise. This will just help us to be more productive in the work environment, to be more, I would say, efficient in our day-to-day work, because these AI tools or AI power tools will only help us, but to not solely rely on them. So when it comes to legal system or lawyers, luckily, I haven't spent thousands of dollars or euros until now, but I would like to check how they're using it. And Karl, to your question, whether it will be or whether we will have a stop somewhere. I believe that definitely in each and every automated environment, in that regard, AI related or AI powered, definitely should have a human person checking or double checking that process or the final decision, etc., especially when it comes to serving a client in that regard.
Thank you. So I hear there are different approaches which we spoke about, more the legislative approach and with regulation, and more the educational approach, which are not mutual exclusive, which I have to say. I think everyone here on the panel is aware that both goes hand in hand, and it's not either an or, it's both together. My question is just, what does need more emphasis on right now? Do we need to push emphasis on basically education, or more emphasis on regulating how it's done? And this especially when we now go from AI to quantum, and when we put another aspect to it, that these tools are quite expensive. Let's be honest. A normal person cannot afford it. It's I never heard a teenager student from USC or UCLA and say, "Hey, I have my quantum computing in a computer in the cellar." I hear that during I was born, like everyone had a Commodore 64 or an Apple II, but a quantum computer nobody has in the cellar. So as this knowledge and this capability of data and data mining and targeting is exclusive to some privileged groups, not even each government can afford it. It's only the top of the Fortune 100 and the top governments of the world which can afford it. So what is more necessary, regulations or education, and how?
Good question.
Great question. I don't think tackling anything with regulation is always the right answer, right? Because we do want to see innovation progress, right? But to your point, maybe a little bit of fairness and equity in this area would be important to maybe promote. So maybe instead of regulation, it's more so standardization, just being able to share between government, or maybe governments can create partnerships amongst each other to provide access to this technology for markets that they already have important trade relationships with, right? So let's say you have an oil and gas or energy transfer, maybe there's better value in that supply chain that you can even create for your domestic economy by sharing your technical capabilities. So I think, education is always the way to start. I think there's no way around that. I think, until governments can understand the power of quantum and what they have or what you will soon have, and what they're missing out, this is when we're going to start to understand the discrepancy and how we can maybe equalize the playing field. But I'm very aware that's not how the world works. We are still in a world of, privilege and having advantage to access technology and finance. So I think we're seeing, a convergence of all of these emerging technologies, whether it's blockchain and digital currencies for access to finance and, fair record keeping and transparency, to AI to be able to streamline decision making, to the compute and quantum element to process information at a faster rate. So I think being able to educate at a mass level, even academically in schools, how this is all going to change our world, right? And I think providing students opportunity to become the experts of handling technology is really where the next advantage is going to come to not be replaced, because I do think we are entering a world where our lives are going to get significantly easier because decisions are going to be made for us, and maybe we'll have more time to enjoy or specialize. And I really hope that access can go to people that aren't necessarily privileged historically, in combination of digital finance, maybe giving them that access. But it's my thought.
Let's go online first.
Yeah, I think great points. I think, there's it's very obvious that there's a lot of divide that we as humanity need to overcome. So, starting with the digital divide that I spoke when we temporarily had the issues. I'm not sure if you guys heard about that when I was speaking about the digital divide. Did you? All right. Okay, I can go into that. But one way to, overcome this inequality in terms of spreading it more internationally is to focus more on open source technologies. So particularly, when it comes to expensive frontier technologies like quantum and AI, the AI development is very concentrated in certain parts of the world. So open source is the way to go. So there's a lot of open source technology out there. And even in, speaking from a regional perspective, in the UAE, we have in Abu Dhabi, the Technology Innovation Institute, which has made Falcon LLM, which is the bilingual Arabic large language model. And it constantly performs in the top LLMs on Hugging Face. So that is open source as well. And we need more initiatives around the world in which there is focus on open source technology, which helps developers and nations and people across the world to access. And, since my thoughts on digital divide were previously not cut, because I thought you guys could hear me. And while I was waiting to be connected, I kept talking.
Very good. We hear it. Yeah, we hear it. We hear it too.
So there were like 2.6 billion, we're talking about frontier tech, which is expanding almost exponentially. And yet there are 2.6 billion people on the planet who don't even have access to technology or the internet. So they remain unconnected. And until we bridge them, we will see an increasing divide. So we need to start from the basics and do it on an international level. And it is being done, by initiatives like ITU, etc., and UN, but there's still a lot to go on with this regard.
Thank you. And I'll continue saying that to your question, Karl, that a combination of both educational focus and as well as regulation. But the basics is always an educational system, a strong one, and a global collaboration. To your point, it's, I believe, inevitable to actually have this collaboration and cooperation between countries, between governments, between leading tech companies worldwide, to see them, as I mentioned before, as benchmark, and to have not only in theory but in practice a real collaboration, whether it is finance-wise or tech-wise. So in just to get back to the quantum technology topic, McKinsey forecasted that by 2035, this will worth 2 trillion pounds. So we definitely cannot afford it now, personal level. But I believe we should see how these leading tech companies like NVIDIA, Microsoft, or the rest will take the advantage or leveraging the quantum technology, quantum computing mostly, and see how this will progress forward. Maybe in a couple of years we can afford it too.
Thank you. So we are running out of time. This will, yeah, sorry for the technical problems which we had here. So the last question, I know what the audience will be really interested, and this is, we have people from different jurisdictions, and everyone is basically not native to the jurisdictions which we live in. So it gives us even a more objective view about the jurisdictions which we choose to live in. So as we chose to be there, and this has of course reason, what do you think are the strong points versus the other jurisdiction? So what is a strong point from Bermuda and the new, how they will tackle the AI regulations versus the other Caribbean states and the United States and of course, Dubai and Netherlands?
Sure. Yeah, I think, Bermuda was very progressive in digital asset regulation. So that was one of the main differentiating factors. They created regulatory clarity for a market that we were working in. So we didn't want to float around in the gray areas of this market. We know the risks and the, bad parts of it. So we went where regulation existed, right? And so that was one of the main reasons that attracted us. We started our businesses in Canada. It took time. Some of our even friends in the industry had to litigate the regulators in Canada to get exemptions. And so we didn't want to approach things in a very conflicting manner to fight to get regulated or to create policies and legislation. We went to where allowed for this type of innovation to be regulated in a safe, secure way that allowed us to do our business and, serve a market that we're very passionate about. And so that's why we chose Bermuda. And I think Bermuda will continue to be a leader in providing regulatory clarity to emerging technology markets, especially when there is a financial element to it. So that's why I chose to be in Bermuda.
And why I chose the Dutch jurisdiction and the Netherlands as one of the leading countries in Europe when it comes to digitalization and innovation in general, actually. I don't know if you know this fact, Karl and the rest, but most of the US companies or global companies are choosing Netherlands, mostly Amsterdam, but as well other countries within Netherlands as their European headquarters. So that tells a lot. Either Dublin or Amsterdam. Before it was between London, but now with Brexit and that UK is outside of European Union, definitely most of the global companies are choosing Netherlands as a destination. Why? Because of the jurisdiction, the legal and the regulatory system it has, mostly the flexibility that it has within the taxation system, apart from the other European countries like Germany, like Belgium, or the rest that are more strict within this. And of course, for businesses, for corporations, what is the trigger or the advantage to place their businesses or move their European headquarters in the Netherlands. So it helps a lot. After I start living there, I have realized that. So yes, and I believe that Netherlands in general will be leading as a small but very important country within European Union as the best innovator in that regard. To not enter into other topics, but they're inventing a lot of things when it comes to not only digitalization and digital assets world, but as well as infrastructure projects, etc. Focusing on how to protect the climate. So a lot of inventions in that regard. I mean, see, they are below the sea level and what they did from the country. So that tells a lot.
Thank you. Sorry, we have 1 minute left. So please.
Right. So, first of all, I want every country in the world to innovate responsibly. So I don't want it to be a competition. But the reason that I chose UAE and particularly Dubai was because of their focus on innovation in an ethical way. So the UAE was the first country in the world to have a minister of AI back in 2017. And in the same year, Dubai launched the Dubai blockchain strategy when people were not, often confusing blockchain with Bitcoin. And later, in 2018, we had the Emirates blockchain strategy. So they have a long-term agenda to very innovatively expand into the non-oil economy. And they've taken a lot of initiatives on that from in Dubai personally. I've seen that every government department has a chief AI officer to make sure that AI is used in an ethical and progressive way throughout the city. There's a focus on AI education. There's a lot of focus on innovation. In the UAE, there's a focus on quantums as well. We have the Quantum Research Institute, which is focusing on making a quantum computer within this to next year. This was announced last year in March. And we have a lot of initiatives from the region's first Arabic LLMs and so on. I see Karl picking up the mic, so I will stop. Thank you.
I'm sorry. We are out of time. I thank you all for joining us at Digital Davos. Interesting panel. Thank you so much for your time. And I know time is short in Davos. I hope you make it to the next time panels in time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I enjoyed it.
Bye.
Bye.
network, and I'm head of Ukrainian branch, but also I'm head of Ukraine Recovery Committee. So I think I can mostly speak about using blockchain from Ukrainian perspective.
That's amazing. Awesome.
Because we have a lot of issues and also a lot of experience to share.
That's amazing. Very cool to meet you.
Okay, with that online. We are already streaming, so we are already online. Yeah, so just warning for everyone.
Thank you.
Welcome to Digital Davos 2025 by our panel about blockchain for transparency and supply chains. I'm honored to have here Andrea Perlak, founder and CEO for the Crypto Accounting Group GmbH. I have here also David Doss, please, David, sit down. CKC Fund Management, Chain BLX, and from Ukraine, member of the government, we have Viras of Czech. And this panel will be a short half-an-hour panel. So let's start and dive right in. Transparency in supply chain. We speak about everything digitalization and blockchain a lot of times. We hear always carbon credits and everything else. And for VC funds, I mean, we get everything tokenized and every proportion in tokenization and so on. Basically, I want to know what you think is really, when we would speak to people which send us projects and investment proposals, what they should look in, because we always hear the same thing, which should be tokenized and how it's done, but some things is not, some things are missing. So what would you say to an investor, what he has to look out when he is in the digitalization and blockchain of a supply chain and from any product? Please.
Hello, thank you so much for having us.
Please introduce yourself.
Of course, I'm Andrea Perlak with Crypto Accounting Group and Citizen X, a crypto native VC firm. When we look at investments, we want to make sure that what we're investing in has the highest level of quality, that it's ethically sourced, and that we're actually going to get at the end of the day what we're promised, which is actually a little bit of an issue in our space. So using blockchain to verify the goods that we receive is extraordinarily helpful and important. And when we look at traditional supply chain versus what we can do now, it's been a monumental leap forward using blockchain tech to verify the various stages, making sure that they're ethically sourced. And I feel like it's a huge advantage now versus what we were at even 10 years ago, 15 years ago. So as an investor, I like to make sure that I check every section of the supply chain to make sure everything is coming through as promised.
Hello, my name is Vera Savchenko. I am chair of Ukraine Recovery Committee, and I'm from Ukraine. So from Ukrainian perspective, transparency of supply chain is crucial now because it is a humanitarian aspect of supply chain. Ukraine needs a lot of goods to recover, a lot of humanitarian goods, and it all help Ukraine receive needs to be transparent. And role of blockchain, artificial intelligence, and all digital instruments is really crucial to ensure all international donors that all help is not lost and used properly. I would start from a small remark what Ukraine is doing in this field right now. Ukrainian government, of course, we are lacking legislation on using blockchain in supply chain. We still not have legislation regarding smart contract. It is a little bit in our electronic documentation legislation, but still we are lacking proper legislation. But 3 months ago, our government established a sandbox for all blockchain startups for 2 years. So they can apply to be included in this governmental program, and the government is financing this program, and all blockchain startups can receive mentorship, support in order to develop their instruments. So I think it's a great example how government helps blockchain technologies to develop in order to recover from all damages that we have now.
Thank you. I just want to check. We have one on a remote speaker. You can hear me? I see you're logged in. Probably you're on mute.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes. Could you please introduce yourself for a second, and then we go from there?
Yes,
Welcome
Vladislava.
To
Hello, Karl. I was searching you on Promenade 64. I was not lucky to find, but okay.
64 is. Did you not find it?
No.
I'm sorry.
But I'm in a future house of Davos. My name is Vladislava Magaletskaya. I'm advisor to one of the biggest AI company in the United States, Antera Solutions. Nice to meet you. Actually, in our company, we do a lot on blockchain and as well AI. We are working with the biggest companies, not only in the United States, but in Europe as well. And all of this connected to the biggest FMCG companies with whom we are working. And supply chain, revenue growth, and then all kind of the analytics of the big data. So all of this connected to us, and we are glad to participate. Thank you, Karl.
Thank you. And the question was, which we had here for the panel, we all get a lot of, in VC aspects, we get a lot of business plans for supply chain. And we get a lot of projects which we have to decide about tokenization, and often they are missing something. What would you recommend for anyone who starts to use blockchain for a supply chain? What is the most important thing which he has to look out for before he tries to get partners or raise money?
Actually, for example, for us, because as well we are considering and buying sometimes companies who are doing blockchain and are on the market. This is crucial to have organized data and organized verification of the sources. For example, in case we need some kind, I will give you an example in regards to the FMCG company. In case you are a trader and you are buying, for example, grains all over the world, you need to have phytosanitary certifications. And to be sure that this is original and 100% transparent and trustful, I'm sure that actually not only companies, but also governments should implement this blockchain technology in this verification. So then it would be a really sustainable and allow you not to spend your money sometimes with no luck due to the, let's say, to the some kind of the not proper phytosanitary certifications and so on.
Thank you. So for David, as he runs our crypto fund or his crypto fund on the CKC SP, ChainBLX SPC, and what are you looking for when you are diversifying and you see also some tokens or some assets? I know you have the knowledge, so I pass to you. You know exactly where I go, where you make your decisions, and what is for you important when you look at supply chain related crypto assets. And please present yourself, David.
Okay. Yes, so as Karl was saying, I'm David Doss. I'm the founder of CKC Fund, which manages a ChainBLX crypto hedge fund. And what we're very interested in right now, with where the market currently is the DePIN, decentralized physical infrastructure space, which has a lot of relation to the supply chain case for blockchain. And with that, a couple of things. I mean, firstly, I just, being on the conference circuit over the last several months to a year, I've been hearing the narrative of DePIN coming up in a way that feels to me very reminiscent of hearing about DeFi, decentralized finance, back in 2019, early 2020 as a potential new thing. And so from an investment perspective, I'll say that this space is very narrative driven. And in that regard, the narrative most directly related to supply chain right now that we see, both from an institutional investment perspective and from a retail investment perspective, is that decentralized physical infrastructure. There are, I guess, many other things that I could say, but I'll leave it at that for now.
Thank you. So let's follow up with how much you think the right now decentralization of supply chain is hyped up, and how much is real? How will it look in 1 year, and how will it look in 4 years from now?
It was such a good question. Thank you so much. And I completely concur with DePIN. We've been looking at DePIN orgs for probably 12 to 18 months. And it's actually a very, very competitive place to invest in. There are a lot of folks who want to invest in it. So it's really hot, and I love that particular space. So I actually think that it's not overhyped. In investing in infrastructure, supply chain specifically related to blockchain it's going to explode. So 4 years from now, I think we're going to have an entirely different set of supply chain setup, and we're just at the very beginning. If you look at who's actually using blockchain all the way through, it's probably only a couple of dozen larger companies. But if we leverage this tech, I think that there's going to be additional interest from governmental agencies as well. Speaking to some folks from the UN yesterday, exactly like you said with Ukraine, where we want to make sure that when we invest money and give that to Ukraine or give that to any of the war-torn countries or developing countries, we want to make sure that those funds end up where they should be. That is a perfect use case for blockchain. So I think that a year from now, we're going to be still working on it. And 4 years from now, we're going to have an entirely different infrastructure.
Okay, sorry. I was looking because one speaker is missing, and I got the notice, stuck in traffic. Okay, so we can speak about something the real problems in Davos. How was it coming here in, David?
I guess the title of today would be how a 45-minute drive turned into a 3-hour drive. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So the same question to you.
Thank you very much. But that's you.
Everyone has to answer. Maybe that's a supply. Is there a supply chain related use case around that?
Yeah,
Supply chains in Davos.
Yes.
They're broken. Yes, they're broken speaker supply chain.
Yeah, I come by train, so no delays. The trains are really good here. Yeah, I would completely support your point. We will be still developing in 1 year, and I hope that technologies will be more available to more diversified groups of users in next, I don't know, 3-5 years. Also, I would like to add one more Ukraine-related question, an aspect of, sorry for bringing Ukraine, but it's the only topic I can really speak about. Ukraine is a very good example for testing of new technologies because of the very quick processes, and we have all kinds of disasters we can imagine, and because of this it's really good for testing, for example, defense technologies, but also agricultural technologies, and it also for supply chain. Our problems with sea transport, with cargo, with rail cargo, with roads, with everything, and because of our country is developing, because of some very low regulation. We are not yet a part of European Union. So a lot of US and European companies are using Ukraine as a test field, and it's beneficial for everyone. Ukraine gets new technologies first, and other companies are testing in lower regulated environment. So this remark.
Thank you. So, David.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
The question was about supply chain, and it was basically 3 years from now.
Yeah. Okay. Got it. Thank you. Well, to that point about
That was my next question already.
to that point about narrative-driven investing, I think that certainly these things do take time to play out. So, right now there's a lot of hype. Hype is not necessarily a bad thing. In many cases, it can be a very positive thing. The challenge with investing into a space that is very narrative driven is that you need to get in early, and sometimes when you get in early, you're wrong. Sometimes you're wrong about the narrative overall. Sometimes you're wrong about how the narrative exactly plays out. Sometimes you're wrong about which the specific sort of leaders of that will be. Just thinking back to, say, Silicon Valley, it wasn't always the first mover that had the advantage. MySpace was looking like a pretty big deal until it wasn't. And Facebook was just a little sort of fly on the wall until it was a Fortune 50 company, right? So to that point, this is where we see the benefits of collective investing, of investing through a fund type of structure, of investing into liquid assets that can be rebalanced or repositioned into other related DePIN and supply chain plays as the market shift and as the narrative evolves. And then I definitely agree with Andrea about the governmental and public-private use cases of this. We're seeing a lot of interest, especially from, as you're mentioning, some of the more emerging economies. I think this is partly because of these leapfrogging effects that we see in a lot of markets, where because the infrastructure isn't so entrenched, the kind of the legacy infrastructure isn't so entrenched. It's a lot easier to just jump forward into the next infrastructure, much like how in the US there was a call box system, landlines all around the entire country, but the adoption of cell phones was much slower compared to many other countries. I think we're going to see that around blockchain and supply chain in emerging markets, that all of a sudden will become leaders in this particular area much faster than some of the more mature markets.
Thank you. So before for online, do you have something to add to this question, or can I go to the political questions right now? Hello? Because you seem frozen. Unmute it. You don't hear us?
Sometimes you freeze. Yes, I'm with you.
Okay, you are
I
totally
hear
frozen.
all the speakers.
So could you please add something, and then afterwards I will jump to a political question, which during you answer the where you see us in 1 year to 4 years. The next question will be also, we saw yesterday the swearing in from a new president in the United States, crypto-friendly president, but also a president which signed 80 or how many
Sorry, I couldn't
executive
hear your
orders
question
in the
because it's
first
freezed.
day. So I would like to see also what you think that this has to do with crypto and how it will be also affecting the supply chain from just the executive orders yesterday signed. Please go ahead. Hello? Okay, so Vladislava, till you can speak. Okay, can you speak now? Unmute you.
Yes, Karl, unfortunately, I could not hear your question. But actually, I was thinking that we are not here to respond political questions, but in regards to the blockchain technology and supply chains. So in case you don't mind, I would prefer to answer this. So your question was about the future of supply chains. The future of supply chains for sure will lie in blockchain technology, and for sure will be connected to AI heavily in the nearest years, because in case you are working with the biggest companies, for them absolutely crucial to have working efficiently data set then connected to all the channels of supply and to obtain the proper feedback from the customers, from the clients, and so on. So that's why building these models, complex models with the engagement of blockchain and AI would be huge in 3-5 years for all kinds of the supply chains, whenever it's commercial or whenever it's government. Thank you.
Thank you. So the next question was President Trump with his new administration. What do you think will this have for effect on the blockchain and the supply chain? We know it's crypto friendly, so just we have 4 minutes left. When everyone just a minute, and I pass you.
It's something we could talk about for 2 or 3 hours, right? So yes, for 60 seconds. Yes, 80. So Trump signed into law 60 executive, I'm sorry, 80, excuse me, it is 80 executive orders, many of them reversal from Biden. So there are really 2 parts to this question, crypto versus supply chain. So obviously he is an extraordinarily pro-crypto president. That is on the ground. What we're seeing is all of our DeFi clients, all of our DeFi companies that were ready to leap into foreign countries out of the United States are suddenly willing to come back to the United States. That's a huge monumental thing. The equally interesting question is supply chain. Of course, these tariffs that he has been threatening to put into place is really having an impact already. So Trudeau got ousted because of how he was dealing with it. Xi Jinping, the Prime Minister of China, has already preemptively, I think that was about 2 weeks ago, preemptively put his own tariffs into place. Like the entire North American trade agreement is completely reversed. We're expecting between 14 and 18% increase in pricing almost immediately, and how that plays out over the next 12 months, even very short term, is going to be extraordinarily interesting. And everybody believes that everything he said he was going to do, he's not going to do. So we don't know exactly where this will land. 60 seconds.
Thank you very much. I think that I suppose that technology will boom, and it's a good thing always. But I'm just cautious that whether during Trump administration this development of technology will be inclusive, and we need to think about, because also there was some controversy on diversity and inclusiveness yesterday.
So certainly, this is a very pro-crypto administration, the most pro-crypto in the U.S. so far, and possibly one of the most in a major economy so far. That I think everyone has mentioned to some degree. Beyond that, as Andrea was mentioning, there is the manufacturing and supply chain question of this. Ultimately, I see this as very possibly being a double tailwind type of situation, because if you look at the rise of the crypto market, you look at bull runs historically in the crypto market, it is highly correlated with the rise of manufacturing and manufacturing jobs, especially in the United States. And so with an administration that seems to be not only highly pro-crypto, but also highly pro U.S. manufacturing, there is very possibly for the DePIN and supply chain related crypto ecosystem a kind of a double tailwind type of scenario that could take effect. That being said, the risks would be some of these international trade concerns that may in fact though end up being an advantage for the blockchain related supply chain use case, given the increasing focus on self-sovereign data and the ability for specific groups, specific countries to have control over and transparency around their data and their supply chains in a way that they can adjust and where they can maintain some degree of privacy and autonomy. So ultimately, possible double tailwind situation, or in fact triple tailwind, when considering the not only crypto but also manufacturing and also privacy and self-sovereign data questions that are coming to the forefront all right now in our world.
Thank you very much. Online is okay. So thank you very much, everyone, for being in Davos. And I know it's a busy week, so we all will run to other panels. And so I wish you all good Davos, and I thank you for your input. Thank you.
Thank you for hosting.
An interesting panels. Future.
It's only us.
Great.
Okay. Welcome for Digital Davos. Am I in the picture even? No. So, okay. Welcome for Digital Davos, our panel about tariffs and supply chain. I'm honored to have here Brent Christensen, managing partner in Capital, and we have David Doss, which is in front of the camera, CKC manager, and I should have presented a little bit first. Sorry forgive me, Lauren Duffon. Sorry, it was just like unexcusable for Europe. I apologize. Thank you very much for David. Why you don't sit on this side from me? Because I'm the moderator and nobody has to see me. So the panel is about tariffs. We all saw yesterday the swearing in, or when we didn't see it, we at least our teams and so on informed us about what happened. So let's speak about the implication and what this will mean in different industries, and from us as investors, business owners, consultants, government affiliates. So what will it be? But before we start and dive in this discussion, I would like to give you all 3 minutes each to present yourself. Please, Lauren.
All right. Lauren Dunford, CEO and co-founder of Guidewheel. We do AI-powered factory ops, which means that we help the world's manufacturers drive both productivity and decarbonization at scale. My perspective on the tariffs question will come from working very closely with a number of manufacturers. So we have a really good presence, 300 plus manufacturers that we work with across all 5 major continents. Have grown really quickly. We're backed by top investors, including Greycroft, Breakthrough Energy Ventures, BlackRock, and Temasek's Decarbonization Partners Fund. And we were a WEF tech pioneer last year. So what brings me to Davos is I'm back for more this year. And honored to lead a great team. We have so many new features that are coming out every day, informed by our customers. And so part of this discussion will be learning what should we expect in terms of the new functionality and real-time visibility on the factory floor that will best serve manufacturers globally in this environment.
Thank you so much. So Brent Christians. If you look me up, you'll maybe find me under Brent Dedecker because I changed last names 2 weeks ago. But that's it. So I manage a dual-use investment fund called 7 Capital. We mainly look into Ukrainian tech that we can bring from defense to the civilian market. So a lot of supply chain issues there. We'll talk about it later. I also manage a family office called the Agora Family Office, mostly real estate, but transitioning to fund of fund. And as a nice, good hobby is we have a PE fund specifically for Christian real estate. So we buy churches. We bought in the last year and a half 117 churches, 89 of them gifted back already to the church, to the local church. So that's a nice hobby.
I'm David Doss. I'm the founder of CKC Fund, which is a digital asset investment fund under the Chain BLX umbrella. And I'm very interested in the interplay here between tariffs, supply chain, and the digital asset space, as I see a lot of synergies as well as a lot of potential challenges to overcome in those arenas.
Thank you very much. I'm Karl Seelig, your moderator, and I'm the CEO from Chain BLX SPC. We are a segregated portfolio company in Cayman Island. Digital Davos is one of our segregated portfolio as well. We have other portfolios which some clients refer to as rent-a-fund. And basically, we establish funds in different markets. And so due to the due diligence and everything else, we are also keeping a watchful eye on all the political changes. And so basically, let's start right away. Yesterday, we saw that President Trump, after his inauguration, signed 80 sorry, 80 executives orders. Thank you very much, David. I get sometimes stuck, and David knows it. So, but none of them was basically for tariffs, which he was present saying at the beginning. He promised that this tariffs will come soon, end of February, and of course there is a lot of feelings around it. So basically, let's start with why you think he didn't start right away with the tariffs, which he promised, and what is the strategy?
Gosh, well, I definitely don't know the answer to that question. I think the strategy I would imagine would be that he's aiming to pull manufacturing to the U.S. Manufacturing is, the best backbone of the economy. You get, I think, multiple dollars back for every dollar of spent in the manufacturing sector. And so it makes a lot of sense that he'd want to pull manufacturing back to the US. There are, of course, many ways to think about doing that, tariffs being just one. And I don't know about the delay, but it might be a goal of trying to have some of the impact that he wants to have without actually having to do the thing. So we'll see. Your thoughts?
Yes, for me, it's also always a question like why. There's nothing that gets done randomly, and so there is a benefit of him announcing it and not doing it yet, which is like the velocity of capital actually coming in out. Things are moving. This morning, portfolio companies calling like, "Hey, should we buy, sell? What's going on? Should we be more active?" And so just even the threat of is making so much is creating so much velocity. So I definitely don't think it's just think of like, oh yeah, we don't have time yet, but there is a benefit to it, which is a lot of things are moving. So even this morning.
Well, just somewhat repeating what others have eloquently stated, but perhaps from slightly different perspectives. I mean, firstly, I do think that the order of operations, there can be a reason behind that. So there's, there are carrots and there are sticks. Tariffs are the stick. So, it's often more beneficial to try and use the carrots or else use the threat of an impending stick rather than to let the stick drop too soon. Relatedly, also about the movement of the flow of capital globally, it does seem that that investors with that kind of intersection between, for example, the rise of U.S. manufacturing, potential tariffs, there will be capital inflow into the US from places where investors feel are going to be affected by tariffs. And this is something that I'm particularly very interested in from the perspective of the cryptocurrency and digital asset space, given that a lot of this flow of funds from emerging economies will end up happening through digital currencies or in some conjunction involving those. And then relatedly, also thinking about this from the perspective of digital assets, that the bull markets in the digital asset space tend to be highly correlated with the rise of manufacturing, especially the rise of U.S. manufacturing. And so we have a remarkably pro-U.S. manufacturing administration and a remarkably pro-crypto administration. So seeing how those two are going to be interplaying in relation to tariffs is something that I'm closely monitoring.
Thank you. So question directly back to David. David, you were moderating a lot of panels about Cayman Island and tax neutral because Cayman Island is basically not totally tax neutral. Cayman Island basically finances whole governments through fees and through basically tariffs coming in, which is other tax model than the United States. So now the United States moves in the same direction with the tariffs and probably lowering other taxes. So more in the area for Cayman Island. You choose ChainBLX, which is a Cayman Island-based company to host your fund and to have it in Cayman Island. I would like to know what specifically you will see. Why did you choose at the beginning Cayman Island? And what do you think will now make USA more or less attractive, not from the crypto friendly government, but from the tariffs and from the politics for in crypto. I don't want to speak about the SEC holding crypto, but from the tax policies, from the tariffs. What was your consideration there?
Yes. So in terms of the considerations, the regulation around digital assets in the U.S. has been slower and bumpier than some would have preferred. It's to be understood as a major a major economic powerhouse, and also just looking at the history of a lot of other kind of regulatory evolutions in the U.S. But that being said, the possibilities around jurisdictions like Cayman as smaller nation states that move very quickly, and that also are in a sense sort of a ground zero sort of tax neutral regime that can attract people and can attract capital from around the world. These are considerations that we took very seriously. And in terms of how that affects or how current changes in the U.S. May affect kind of interactions, I would say in large part I see it as more likelihood for kind of a higher velocity of capital moving back and forth across different jurisdictions. And I think a lot of that may end up moving into the US, but I think it may also end up doing so through tax neutral jurisdictions such as Cayman, investing on third-party nationals' behalf into projects with U.S. connections. So I think that the role of some of these global sort of micro, let's say, microcosms such as Cayman in this current environment can be same or stronger, despite the seeming increase in similarities of current U.S. policies.
Thank you, Christian. Brent, sorry. As a family office, mainly in real estate, first question, do you have also real estate in the United States? And the other way is for your real estate and for your family office, how the new tariffs you think will impact your portfolios and your investment strategy over this new year?
So just to be clear, we're moving away from real estate, but in general, the consensus is that, well, there is an indirect correlation between tariffs, like higher manufacturing costs and stuff like that, and the cost and optimization of transport and all of that. So we're trying to look more into like, okay, how are people going to offset the cost? Usually, and if you look at the IKEA example, which I love, when they got high tariffs in Sweden, what did they do? They optimized their transport chain. They became incredibly proficient at that, and they thrived. They said the best thing that could ever happen to us was the ban on manufacturing in Sweden and the tariffs outside. So we're looking at like, okay, how do we get into the right spot to be helping the more optimized chain of manufacturing. So for example, we're looking a lot into AI that gives a very good overview on like which are each individual steps, how things the monitoring basically of the transport chain. That is what we've been looking into most, both on the family office and on the fund. It's something that we've seen trending up anyways, and we on our side the simulations say that this is also what we should get into, and this is gonna go up, but it's a simulation.
Thank you. Okay, Lauren, with Guidewheel, how will the tariffs may affect your business, and what is your strategy for this upcoming year?
Yeah, absolutely. And just to build on what Brent just said, we're in the space, of course, of operational excellence and optimizing manufacturing plant floor. So I think net positive, everything not just the tariffs, but the tailwinds moving in this direction are quite strong. What we'll see, I think, with the tariffs are the ability to move fast and be flexible will be more and more important, as well as the ability to not leave money on the table anywhere in your supply chain, because you're going to be, paying some of that out. And so what we do specifically is, and I'll use this to tie into our strategy for the year, we start by getting visibility in real time across every asset within the manufacturing plants, within those operations, production, supporting, et cetera. And we do that in a remarkably simple way. You can think of it as like a Fitbit for factories. We clip around the power going into the machine, bring that into the cloud, have algorithms that take from that all the key performance metrics and light up the lines everywhere for a VP of Ops or a COO or a CEO. And so what that means is that as a manufacturer who's looking at their lit up lines all over the globe, is thinking about where to reallocate and how to find capacity to deal with changes in policy quite quickly, there's an ability to, look at the map, great, I'll find the plant that's just across the border within the US from the plant in Canada. Let me see if there are similar lines there. Let me get back capacity on those lines versus needing to buy equipment or invest in a new plant elsewhere. The ability to do more with the assets you have because of the speed of being able to execute on that. Sometimes new equipment can cost, huge amounts of money, of course, but also years of time to wait on the commissioning of those new machines. So leaning in from our perspective into the strategy of getting those lines lit up for as many manufacturers as we possibly can, so executives all the way down to plant managers and operators on the floor can be making decisions around how to react in real time with good data becomes incredibly important. So leaning into that flexibility, and I think from my perspective also, we have a really good sweet spot in serving mid-market manufacturers with 10, 15, 20 plants. We also are increasingly seeing that very large manufacturers value now that same type of visibility, even if they have it in some of their largest plants, across their entire asset base in a universal way. And so being able to lean in from a strategic standpoint and say, hey, to the larger enterprises, there's such value in being able to react in this moment. Let's figure out how to make it easier, faster, more cost effective for folks to light up 10,000 lines across 2,000 plants and do it very quickly as well. So resourcing that is a big part of how we think about this year. Yeah.
It's something that I really like about this as well is like looking at the indirect effects of this. For example, the manufacturing industry is one that is increasingly getting automized anyways. But one of the industries that BCG quotes as one that is going to last, people are going to stay in, it's still going to be a very manual process, is transport. Again, it's getting optimized. And so is this going to be a bad thing in the global thing? Maybe it's a very indirect way of boosting an industry that was a bit on a decline, is now coming up again, less automated, giving more people jobs. Why not? I mean, maybe it's a nice takeaway from the situation. Positive.
Thank you. So we saw some problems in supply chains during COVID. We saw the disruption of international supply chains. And we saw also before the advantages from international supply chains, which reduced costs in a lot of products which we had. Now, how far you think countries should protect that they force to use internal resources versus external resources?
I think in general, supporting local manufacturing is such a great way to build a great country. It's hard to imagine a country feeling safe if we can't make our own clothes or shoes or automotive, and the ability for a government to find the right ways, whether it's carrots or sticks. I think there are lots of different options, and I certainly won't opine on which of the options are best. I think it depends on the scenario, but in general, supporting a thriving ecosystem of manufacturers who are making the things that we all need close by is a key to resilience. That isn't an easy thing to do. There has to be filling the skills gap with labor that's interested to go into manufacturing, talent in all of the different very complex ways of running a plant floor, running different equipment, et cetera. And I think the benefits of investing in that talent pipeline, that set of industries that are training such important skills as well are just multifold. So big fan of government supporting local manufacturing and agnostic as to the exact methods depending on the case.
There's also a thing about local manufacturing that is the fact that I like looking at two examples. So paper clips versus cars. Paper clips are something that's made in high volume, but it's very often local. The manufacturing process is very straightforward, cheap, and it's still getting done locally. But if you're looking into like really big things, boat building, automotive industries, those are the ones that usually are able to save a actually really big amount of money by manufacturing abroad, coming back in. Now, I'm not a humongous advocate for the climate side of things, because obviously in my industry, usually the focus is like, how do we save lives, and then we'll talk about ESG a bit afterwards. But the effects of it will be that the big like car industries and stuff like that having to be more local will be more jobs certainly, but also it might have a relatively good effect on the climate, carbon emissions, things like that. Hopefully, so it would be a nice takeaway.
I guess so. Separate but related thoughts. I think some of the, let's say, kind of a meta trend around some of these topics would be essentially a shift in some of the world orders that we're seeing. Not something, I think it's not a binary sort of a shift, but it's more a flow into a direction that largely has been the rule rather than the exception, I think, for most of human history. And that is basically what some would call kind of more a neo-medieval type of structure. It doesn't necessarily, it's not exclusive to the medieval time, but thinking of, say, a system in which it's not just states that have, say, control over supply chain or control over data or control over narratives. It's non-governmental organizations, it's businesses, it's multiple competing arenas that are starting to kind of come together in a bit of a patchwork quilt. And I think this applies to the digital asset space, where instead of just having national currencies, you also have monetization of transnational communities. You have monetization of various areas, both public and private. Similarly, with things like supply chains, you will continue to have multinational corporations that are more powerful than most countries of the world that will be controlling their own supply chains to a certain extent, and their capabilities will be limited or will be influenced for better or worse by various nations. But it's really more of an interaction across them. This also applies to artificial intelligence, quantum computing. So overall, I think we will see kind of a increasingly multifaceted interaction in these areas across different sectors in a way that will open up increasingly new types of value creation.
Thank you. So when we look at the tariffs and we look at one specific thing, which is in America, when you would have a crypto fund in America, you would have to withhold 30% also when it would be an Australian or a Dutch person, a Swiss person, or a person from Cayman Island investing in your fund. You would have to withhold 30% taxes, which you would not have to withhold in other jurisdictions. So basically investment in America, when you go over the stock market is already withheld with 30% of taxes. When you hire external workers working on the project, you have to withhold 30% of their salaries, also when they work from another jurisdiction to do so. So this had implications, of course, in investment decisions in the United States as a foreign company. with the tariffs, do you see there some parallels? Because we know the world still invests in Nasdaq and in the United States and in American funds. But do you think that the 30% withholding was really harming the United States to a big degree, or is it? What is your point from the family offices for this?
For me, it's purely a thing of competition. If tomorrow Coca-Cola is 30% more expensive than Pepsi, and I still really prefer Coca-Cola above it, I'll pay it. That's it. So I really truly hope that it's the kick and the proverbial butt that a lot of people need to be like, okay, cool. Why invest in Nasdaq if we can go look in CAC 40 in France? Can we do better there? Well, we still choose to go American. So are they that much better? Okay, we need to get better. That's it. Like. I'm not completely opposed to the market of like, okay, we'll put the price up until somebody stops actually using us or actually choosing for us, because we're not that much better. If the rest of the world wants to put themselves at the same level as America is right now, even better. Like absolutely, if America can get money out of it, good. If the other countries can get better out of it, good. It's the market. If they're 30% cost better than anybody else is, then that's the market who will decide for us. If we look at American funds, for example, well, the thing is, we have a lot more American funds who come to us on the fund of fund side, who have had 4 or 5 funds in the past. I can do a track record in Europe. What I see is more first time fund coming to me. If they are significantly better, if the MYC is better, if I can truly track, then we'll pay the difference. If they're not better, then we won't. The market has spoken.
Well said. I think the market does speak, and I think that the dollars are only one piece of it. There's a whole ecosystem around being able to have certainty about what the future looks like, being able to trust in the ecosystem of talent being big enough, and that it is going to be up to the market.
Okay, we all know The Wealth of Nation, great book, really long time written ago, but we also remember all the sheep wool example and the Spanish red wine example for trading, and basically that everyone should produce what he can do best and then trade. Of course, this was guiding to the global supply chain. Now my question is, as this book is, please, I know everyone will fact check it, I just guess over 500 years old, not 400 years old. I don't know like how many years, but it's surely so. Do you think it has to be rewritten, or it just has to be amended?
I don't know if the intent was ever to say, really, this is exactly to its fullest how things should look. I think that's one important principle to care about, of each person doing what they do best, each nation doing what they do best. And that's if you're wanting to have the best, lowest cost for that exact thing is the only thing that you care about. And then you're not even thinking about transportation costs and other things built in. So I would say it was never just that black and white, and it will continue to be nuanced and gray with all of the other factors that come in, even if you're optimizing for cost alone, and then all of the yet more factors that come in when you think about what we're really optimizing for, which is always a number of things.
It's it's kind of a waterfall for me in the anecdote, because if a nation decides, you know what, I'm really good at something that is, so I'm going to choose to be really good at something. I'm going to really focus on the highly grossing industry that does really well, and I'm going to leave the industry that isn't doing as well, that produces a little bit less wealth, to the next one who isn't as strong as I am, and it cascades down. Okay, yeah, that's wealth redistribution in the same way we see it in many things. So I think it's obviously, if you speak with the limitations of like, okay, transport isn't good, you really have to trade to get there. Like the knowledge isn't there. Your nation is specialized in something because your culture has been focused on this for 500 years. Great, okay, we're going to continue in this. We've been producing silk for 200 years. People know how to do it. Okay, awesome. But if you're kind of leveling the playing field, I definitely don't think it has to be rewritten in any degree, but I definitely think that it's a statement that can be said by a country who's strong in a very highly grossing industry and says to the others, do what you're good at, we'll trade with you. From a power dynamic, it's easy to say. I think if you redistribute it well, it works well. But it's a dynamic to think about. If you do it, if you take the status quo right now in countries, you'll have the less wealthy companies focusing on harder, tougher industries, and it's going to stay the wealth levels are going to stay the same.
So I think those are all great points. I would say just building on that, not the hugest fan of that model because I would say really the premise that it's all about barter kind of to me misses the point. You know, somewhat like what you were saying, it's not always just about the money or the face value of the exchange. So I would say a competing model that I find really compelling is the David Graeber book Debt: The First 5,000 Years, and looking at really before this assumption that things come out of barter, that our economy comes out of barter, is to some degree a limited or possibly flawed assumption, and that really it's much more about the ability for human beings and groups and nations and societies to give and to receive in ways that are not always instant, like a barter type of transaction. And I think we are increasingly seeing that it's becoming less and less about barter in a world where debts are actually rising, actual, national debts, individual debts are rising. So I think that this becomes a question of basically a multifaceted way in which different peoples, groups, nations, etc., are more and more interconnected by systems of giving and receiving value and owing each other various things, and that this is going to become increasingly more complicated, more multifaceted as time goes on. So I think there is this that competes with that traditional model, but I think it will provide a lot of potential to basically adjust to the regulations, adjust to the policies in a way that can focus on how to really create the most value.
Thank you very much. We are already at the end time from the panel. I thank all of my speakers and the audience. I hope you have a pleasant and successful Davos. I know it's really stressful, and I hope that you make it to the next venue to your panels in time. Thank you very much.
Thank you for hosting. That was fun. You guys.